whether Detective Freeman agrees with any of the procedures used by Mr. Chick in his investigation. So I think that perfectly okay.
I think it does. There is the institution. I don't know about the practice.
We're not going to discuss that either. I just full transparency. I do plan to use the department guidelines, but not for the purposes of specifically that stopper when conducting an investigation. You okay?
All right, please be seated. All right, certainly hope you all had a good lunch.
Yeah.
All right, and despite having such a good lunch, thank you for coming right back. With that, counsel, you may continue whenever you're ready.
Welcome back, Detective Freeman.
Thank you.
Before the break, you had discussed with your counsel and showed the jury 2 cases involving cyber tips you received from Meta, one involving Facebook and one involving Instagram.
Yes.
Okay. And the 2 individuals involved in those crimes, they were arrested or charged as a result of the cyber tips that Meta provided.
That's correct.
And you learned about these crimes through those cyber tips from Meta, as well as from the materials that Meta provided you in response to the search warrant, correct?
Yes, I learned about it from the cyber tip you guys filed.
And these cases are obviously awful, and I don't want to diminish what happened here, but just to make clear, you were not personally involved in any other investigation involving examples of individuals soliciting a minor on Facebook and Instagram, correct?
So I did get a recent case about 2 weeks ago. I actually just submitted a warrant to Meta a week and a half ago on it. It was a sextortion case involving a minor in my jurisdiction where Instagram was utilized during the course of the extortion, if that makes sense. But that would be it. Yes, ma'am.
And again, not to diminish what happened to the children involved in those 2 instances you discussed with the jury, but since we are here in New Mexico and discussing New Mexico, I do want to make clear to the jury that the individuals depicted in the CSAM in those cases, to your understanding, were not children in New Mexico, correct?
On the first 2 cases that's correct. I am unaware of their current location or where it was taking place, if that makes sense.
And I want to focus a little bit more on the case involving Facebook to start. Meta provided that cyber tip to NCMEC that then went to the New Mexico Department of Justice and then to your office at the Santa Fe Police Department in October of 2023. Does that sound right?
Could be, yes.
Okay. And that individual was not arrested until sometime in 2025. Is that correct?
It's fair to say.
Okay, so it took longer than a year between Meta filing the cyber tip and this person being arrested.
Yes, so these investigations do take time. I also have a plethora of them to investigate. So I prioritize them based on, immediate threat to the community. And I get to them when I can. I have other duties as well at work. It's only me and one other person for the county, basically. So it's, unfortunately, there's ones that I can't articulate an immediate threat to children. I get to them, but we have a lot.
And understanding that everyone is, working hard as they can in a very, very difficult space here. If this person had been arrested in October 2023, when that first cyber tip was filed, that they would not have been able to continue to transmit CSAM on Meta or other platforms in the intervening time, correct?
If they followed their conditions of release, yes.
And this individual in particular was using multiple accounts and multiple personas, both on Facebook and other applications as well, correct?
I believe he did use Telegram as well.
And Telegram did not provide any cyber tips relating to this individual's crime, but Meta did, right?
That's correct.
And then the other example that you talked about involved Instagram, correct? Mm-hmm. And it just so happens that the date that Meta submitted that first cyber tip to NCMEC that then made its way to your office also happened to be in October 2023. Does that sound right?
Sounds accurate.
And again, this individual was not arrested until sometime in 2025.
Fair to say.
So again, there's a lot tough space to work in, but if this person had been arrested in October 2023 at the time of that first tip, they again would not have been able to transmit CSAM on Meta or any of these other applications in the intervening time period, correct?
If they follow their conditions of release, yes.
And this individual, again, was using multiple accounts and multiple personas across multiple different applications?
I don't recall. I believe he was primarily Instagram, but he may have used another, to be fair. I don't want to say that.
Do you recall testifying in your deposition that he also transmitted CSAM over Snapchat and used a cloud storage device named Mega?
Okay, yes, sorry. I have a lot of cases in my head right now, and I'm
And I
trying to make sure I'm
apologize,
testifying to the correct
realize
one.
the whole endeavor is a memory test, but yes.
That's fair to say, ma'am.
Okay, and I'm just not sure how much the jury has heard about Snapchat so far. That is an app that is used by teens and adults and has disappearing images. Is that a fair description?
Yes.
And so that you discussed some complaints about Meta's process regarding these cyber tips you received, but we can agree that in both of these cases, Meta's cyber tips helped law enforcement investigate and arrest a criminal who was doing awful things, transmitting CSAM across multiple applications and services, correct?
Yes, the cyber tip did result in an arrest.
And as you discussed with Mr. Grayson, he may have asked you the exact same question. It's a good thing that Meta submitted these cyber tips, right?
Yes.
And you discussed a bit with Mr. Grayson what more Meta could have done.
Mhm.
And I believe you started out that testimony, and I'm sorry if I'm misquoting you because I was scribbling while you were talking, but you said, I'm not sure how they do what they do, referring, you're not sure how Meta's internal processes really work.
I am not an employee of Meta or familiar with how they internally report things. That's correct. I can only speak to the cyber tips I've received from them.
So you aren't uses to try and identify CSAM material on its platform.
I am not.
And you don't know when and how Meta uses humans to review potential CSAM crimes on the platform, correct?
Correct. I believe every warrant or every cyber tip I've received from Meta has required an Ackerman warrant, which means that it wasn't viewed by the electronic service provider as notated within the cyber tip.
And those two were the two cases we looked at, one involving Facebook and one involving Instagram.
Correct, but they also included, multiple other cyber tips associated to it.
Okay. But you don't know if Meta went through and human reviewed these and then sent more tips as a result of that.
I'm confused by the question. I'm sorry.
Sorry. You are unaware about whether Meta employed human review on these cases or really any other case and sent tips to NCMEC based on that.
Based on the cyber tips I received, there is a section within the cyber tip that says viewed by ESP. ESP being viewed by the electronic service provider. I'm not required to write an Ackerman warrant. On the cyber tips themselves, the viewed by ESP section was no.
And I guess I'm probably poorly articulating my question.
I'm sorry.
But,
To say.
So you spoke a bit about a recent case you identified involving a January 27th in this case.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time of that deposition, you testified that over the course of your time, you investigated 3 to 4 extortion. Time of your deposition, every single one of those instances was on Snapchat.
That's correct.
I want to talk about a couple other applications that you come across in the line of your work. You're familiar with Signal and Telegram, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And these are also applications used by criminals to commit crimes.
That's a fair statement to make.
Cooperate with law enforcement, correct?
To my knowledge, that is correct. I'll cooperate with law enforcement.
And so Meta is more cooperative with law enforcement than Signal.
That is a fair statement to make.
An example of this, the application Signal actually posts warrants served to them on their website because they're so against cooperating with law enforcement.
That is correct, ma'am. I have seen that website, yes.
And Meta doesn't do that.
I hope not, but I do not believe you guys have a website that does that. That's correct.
And Meta is also more cooperative with law enforcement than Telegram, Teleguard, and Wire. As
Provide like user information. I don't know about Wire. I've never attempted or tried to serve anything to them. And what was the Teleguard? I know
you gave in your deposition as apps that are less cooperative with law enforcement than Meta were Signal, Telegram, Teleguard, and Wire.
Yes, saying that a lot of the sole purpose of that app is to an encrypted messaging application, if that makes sense. Does not have access to the messages. So I have to have one end of the encryption being user A's phone or user B's phone. That's how the messages get decrypted after transmission. So the companies themselves do not have the messages.
But Meta was able to put on Messenger are not encrypted, and messages on Instagram Direct are not encrypted.
To my understanding, group chat messages on Facebook Messenger are not encrypted, and Instagram direct messages are not encrypted. That is my understanding. But I do believe that Facebook Messenger, like DM direct messages, so to another user, are encrypted. I believe that recently changed.
You are not personally aware of any specific misstatements that you believe Meta publicly made that are false or misleading relating to the safety of its applications, correct?
Can you restate the question? I'm sorry, I want to make sure I answer it correctly.
Are you personally aware of any specific statement that you believe Meta has publicly made that is false or misleading relating to the safety of its applications?
I'm not too familiar with statements that have been made in general by Meta, but that's a fair, sure.
Do you mind pulling out your deposition transcript from this case?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. You may not have a copy yet.
I don't.
Okay. We'll hand you up one. It's the last tab. The last tab in the binder.
Okay. Gotcha.
And if you turn to page 126, line 5.
line 5. Okay.
Question, Detective Freeman, are you personally aware of any specific statements that you believe Meta has publicly made that is false or misleading relating to the safety of its applications? Answer,
yes.
No, period. Right?
Fair to say.
Okay. And can you turn to what is DX3034 of your binder?
Oh.
I believe it's the last document before your depo transcript.
Okay.
And are these the Santa Fe Police Department standards?
That's correct. It looks like our criminal investigation procedures policy. I don't know why that was a tongue twister to me.
It's a mouthful. And you've reviewed these procedures before, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You're familiar with them as part of your employment with the Santa Fe Police Department?
Mm-hmm.
And we'd like to move these standards into admission, Your Honor.
Right. Any objection?
Your Honor, question I would have is whether they were disclosed?
They were?
Right. All right. In that case, admitted.
Can you turn to page 36?
Sure.
And you see on the bottom left, there's a heading, Special Victims Unit / Internet Crimes Against Children Unit, parentheses ICAC task force members.
Yes, ma'am.
And these are, I request publishing it as well, Your Honor.
No.
Oh, sorry. See, I was told I was too loud when I talk into the microphone, so I will take that feedback. And These are the procedures for your department, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the first sentence reads, the Santa Fe Police Department is committed to the development and perpetuation of programs designed to prevent children from becoming a victim of a major crime. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what it reads.
Okay. And even though children are unfortunately still victims of major crimes in New Mexico, you don't view this statement as false or misleading in any way, correct?
No.
And that's because even though the statement says the department is committed to preventing major crimes, it's not guaranteeing that children will never be victims of a major crime, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman or Detective Freeman, for your time. I have no further questions.
Okay.
All right, thank you, counsel.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I just have a couple of questions for you, Detective. So you just talked to Ms. Paul about this sentence in the Santa Fe Police Department's policies. So it's the Santa Fe Police Department's policy to protect children. Does the Santa Fe Police Department act in good faith? The police department make a profit from what it does?
No.
Okay,
No.
So
I don't understand.
So in effectuating this policy, does the Santa Fe Police Department have to balance profit and safety?
No.
If the Santa Fe Police Department ignored known risks to children, would this statement in the policy be misleading?
Yes.
Right. Detective, you talked a little bit about end-to-end encryption. I think you mentioned that Facebook Messenger, your understanding is that recently that has gone to end-to-end encryption.
Indirect messages, that's what I understand, yes, sir.
From a law enforcement perspective, what is your view on end-to-end encryption?
Well, okay. As a law enforcement officer, it can affect my ability to serve search warrants to the electronic service provider because I can't get the messages from the company. Okay, I need one end of the encryption, whether it's victim's phone or encryption. I am all for the First Amendment. And if you live in a country with a, tyrannical dictator, or if, you can be executed like you're in North Korea or something like that, end-to-end encryption is great. Kids are manipulated and exploited so often on the internet that in my personal or in my professional role as an ICAC detective, I don't like kids using end-to-end encryption. That's my opinion on it.
Thank you, Detective. Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes, you may.
And Detective, just to clarify something from the cross-examination, you talked about an Ackerman warrant, and you talked about this earlier today too.
Mm-hmm.
And you mentioned that there is a case that requires that you execute or serve a warrant to review the material in the NCMEC tip if it hasn't been viewed previously by NCMEC or the ESP. Is that right?
By the ESP.
By the ESP. Okay. And if the material has been viewed by the ESP, what steps do you take to investigate?
I can review the suspected child sexual abuse material to confirm or deny that it is that immediately.
Is it easier to investigate that way?
It's faster. I mean, I don't have to type up a search warrant, submit it to a judge, or submit it to my district attorney. The district attorney then reviews it and makes sure that I do have probable cause, meaning this probably exists in there. And then I have to submit it to a judge. The judge signs it, sends it back to me, and then I can now open the folder that's been reported to NCMEC with the suspected CSAM inside it.
Detective, you testified earlier today.
Yes.
Is that why you're testifying here today?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions for this witness.
Thank you, counsel. With that, thank you very much for your testimony. You're excused, and you may step down.
Deal with this stuff.
Oh, well, you can just leave it up here if you want.
I can grab it on your way out too.
Perfect. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
You think one belongs to each of us? Okay.
All right.
Big binders, Your Honor, unfortunately. The state will next play we'll call adversary by video designation. We have binders for the clerk and the court and the defendants.
Thank you for that. Let's just wait one moment until these are distributed so that I'm paying proper attention to the. All right. Whenever you're ready, counsel. I see you still.
Got something with your name on it, Brian. And I think we are now ready, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You seem to be muted.
Yep. No, still muted. Some sound.
Oh, and just so as well, so I just took it off public and jury for a moment because if I was rifling through that many things, you'd get embarrassing personal clips of golden retrievers. So let me know when we think we've got sound and the like, and I'll publish it. Are we good?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your full name for the record.
Adam Solomon Moseri.
And you're the head of Instagram,
I am.
and you've been an employee of Meta and its predecessor, Facebook, for over 15 years?
Yes, since July 2008.
Is it a social media platform?
You could call it that, yes.
Do you call it a social media platform, or is it some other moniker?
We don't usually media platform.
Instagram is an advertising business.
The primary way we make money is through advertising, so yes.
You agree a social media platform must keep children safe.
I believe that our responsibility is to create a platform that creates value and to do what we can to keep people safe who use the platform.
So a social media platform, that includes TikTok, Snapchat, in general, as an industry, a social media platform should keep children safe.
I believe all of the platforms should do the work that they can to keep people safe who use those platforms.
And a social media platform should do everything it can to keep children safe.
I'd love to live in a world where everything could be done, but I think we all have a responsibility to do what we can to keep people safe on our platform, particularly teens.
Why particularly teens?
Because teens are, I think, at a really crucial development period. They're exploring their identity. It's even more important for us to consider that.
As the head of Instagram, that children's brains are still developing in how you treat them.
So we actually don't allow kids, and we think of kids as under 13s on the platform. So for teens, we don't think about brain development. We think about trying to understand their needs. We know that they're exploring their identities, they're connecting with friends, that there are lots of interests. And so we try to make sure that we understand those needs. And
Am I correct in my statement that brain development is not something that at Instagram in developing and operating the platform for teens?
I'm not a scientist. I don't think that we at Meta or at Instagram understand the product that teens find useful.
Social media platforms must.
I think social media platforms like Instagram should do what they can to prevent harm for anybody who uses their apps.
Including children.
To use Instagram, but certainly including teens who are allowed to use Instagram.
And I just need you to focus on my question. It was focused on teens. I'm not asking about adults, okay? So a social media platform must prevent harm to teens.
Social media platforms should do what they can to protect the platform.
And would you agree that Instagram should do?
I would say that I don't know what everything. I think we should Instagram, which means there are millions of teens on Instagram. So when you say everything, I want to be clear that we are a large enough platform that sometimes some things some problematic content, for instance, will be seen. And so I think our responsibility is to do what we can to minimize negative experiences, but I cannot promise that nothing negative will ever happen.
So Instagram should do everything it can to keep teens safe.
I think we should do what we can to minimize the number of problematic experiences.
And so you disagree that Instagram should do everything it can to keep people safe?
I think Instagram should do what it can to minimize the number of negative experiences to as close to zero as possible. When you say everything, it suggests zero, which is impossible.
So clip 27, we talked about you testifying before the Senate, right?
To do everything I can to help keep people safe.
Everything you can.
That's what I said.
Part of keeping teens safe on the platform is ensuring their well-being.
When we think about keeping people safe, we try to identify potential harms, usually in the form of content problems or what we an active problem would be something like someone doing something problematic, like harassing someone. We try to identify all of those problems and then reduce their prevalence or how often they happen to as close to zero as we can.
If you're not understanding well-being, is it a fair statement that Instagram is unable to ensure the well-being of any of its users?
We're not experts in well-being. When we talk about keeping people safe, we talk about trying to minimize harm.
Who means unhappy?
It would be unreasonable to try and make teens who use Instagram unhappy. I'm sure there has been a teen who has used Instagram and who has been unhappy about something that they have seen on Instagram. You can imagine your ex with somebody else. You therefore leave the platform being unhappy about that.
It would be unreasonable for Instagram to try and make teens unhappy, correct?
It would be unreasonable for Instagram to try, and we do not certainly try to make teens unhappy.
Well-being department?
No.
And is there any team within Instagram that focuses on well-being?
We don't have it dedicated just to understanding well-being within Instagram.
Does part of the user experience for a teen involve minimizing?
Try and minimize any inappropriate interactions with teens.
As part of the user experience to eliminate CEI?
Whenever we find it from the app, yes.
And so on a social media platform, one thing that's is to protect teens from negative social comparison.
I don't think it's possible to protect anybody from comparing themselves to anybody else because it's human to do so. I think it's our responsibility to try and make sure we give people tools to shape the experience into something that they feel good about and they enjoy using it and is safe. So for instance, in this to somebody or some type of, in this case, I don't know, to somebody I'll say, you can reset all of your recommendations so that it's as if we never knew you in the first place. So I think our responsibility, because I know you want a short answer, is to give people tools to manage their experience. I do not think it's possible for us to tell people how or who to compare themselves to.
And when we're talking about prioritizing child safety and teen safety, that's putting that ahead of profits.
I think that is one way. I think in general, there's a question about how much you invest and how effectively you invest.
Right. So profits over safety or safety over profits at Instagram.
We will prioritize safety over profits.
Affects the bottom line to keep people safe and teens safe. Instagram would do that.
There are a number of examples where we have.
There is such a thing as being addicted to a social media platform.
I'm not a scientist, but I don't believe the latest science suggests
Being addicted to a social media platform.
I'm not a scientist.
This was at NBC News podcast, March 10th, 2020.
I don't remember. I definitely hear my voice.
Yeah. So did you hear that where you said you think there is such a thing as being addicted to any social media platform?
Including social media platforms.
Okay. Do you feel a genuine sense of responsibility to do something for those who are for real addicted to the platform?
I don't believe the science suggests that social media is addictive, but I do feel a responsibility to help address any issues.
This is from the buyer's market as well. This will be Exhibit 5. Question. For real addiction, which can have responsibility to do something reasonable in those cases. Social media platform must protect teens from addiction to the platform. Agree?
I think that social media platforms should try and protect teens in general. I don't know that social media platforms are addictive. I think the science suggests otherwise.
And a social media platform should not be designed and operated in a way which addicts teens.
I'm not an expert on addiction, but to the degree that the definition of addiction is that there's a negative experience or a negative effect, well-being or otherwise, then we certainly shouldn't design that to happen. Sorry, I should be specific, design the app to have that happen.
If the social media platform creates a negative effect on well-being, that could lead to sleep deprivation.
I don't know, I'm not an expert in well-being, but I do think sleep deprivation is a concern, which is why we have things like sleep mode for teens.
Does Instagram and you as the head of Instagram feel like you have a responsibility to make sure your app does not cause sleep deprivation?
I think we do so, and I think we do so because we think it's important.
So do you
It's important to do so. I'm not sure what the legal definition of responsibility is.
But do you understand that? So I'm just asking for your testimony here today. The jury gets to hear it. So, do you as the head of Instagram feel a responsibility to make sure your platform does not cause sleep deprivation?
I think it's important for us to try and avoid interrupting sleep.
Why?
Because sleep is important.
And problematic use is what again?
We define problematic use as using the app more than you want to.
And problematic use can cause sleep deprivation?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I'm not an expert in sleep deprivation. I think that problematic use is a sentiment. It's like, how do you feel about how much you use an experience? It's like, maybe I feel like I watch too much TV.
Platform lead to depression?
I don't know that problematic use leads to depression, no.
So problematic use on Instagram can help loneliness?
No, sorry. Using Instagram can help loneliness because it can help you connect with friends.
So can problematic use on Instagram lead to loneliness?
I don't know.
Problematic use on Instagram lead to anxiety?
I don't have any understanding of how problematic use leads to anxiety.
Problematic use on
Know of any evidence that problematic use of Instagram leads to self-harm.
problematic use on Instagram can lead to suicide?
I haven't seen anything that suggests problematic.
Lead to unhappiness?
I haven't seen anything to suggest so.
Is it reasonable to call problematic use addiction?
That's certainly not how we use it. Addiction is about a compulsive behavior that you try and stop doing but can't, that has negative effects on you. Problematic use is a much broader term for just not feeling good about the time that you spend using something. At least that's how we use it internally.
Is it reasonable as the head of Instagram to call problematic use addiction?
No.
Let's do exhibit 6, clip number 31. Did you hear that?
Mm-hmm.
That was your voice.
It was.
But what you said, you stand by.
I believe I said that scrolling, I forget how Dylan, scrolling, I think we referred to it as mindless thumb scrolling. I stand by that being problematic use.
Would you agree some people are addicted to social media?
I'm not an expert in addiction. I don't believe that the science suggests that social media is addictive.
This will be exhibit 7. Okay, thank you.
The Breakfast Club.
You remember that?
I do.
With Charlemagne?
With Charlemagne, among others.
So is that June?
Social media.
Some are, and some just use it too much. And so what we try to do is decipher the difference.
Can you just play that from the beginning?
People are addicted to social media, though.
Some are, and some just use it too much. And so what we try to do is decipher the difference.
You hear your answer there?
I do.
You heard Charlemagne's question?
I do.
So at Instagram, there is no expert in addiction employed, correct?
I don't know of an expert who's specifically focused on addiction. We do have researchers who try to understand experiences and well-being and things.
Does Meta take steps?
We take steps to try and make sure people have good experiences on the platform. And that includes things like reducing problematic use.
So I want to be very specific. Does Meta take steps to make sure its products are not addictive?
The definition of addictive includes that it's harmful in some way, and we certainly try to minimize harm. In general, we don't focus on addiction. We focus on minimizing problematic use because it's something that we can measure. And it's something that the science, well, actually, I shouldn't say that because that's not accurate. It's something that we try to measure and reduce.
Do you agree a social media platform must be transparent with the public?
I believe it's important that we communicate with the public transparently about what we do.
It's important to be transparent with parents.
I would say the same. I think it's important to explain what we do transparently.
If Instagram knows of potential risks to teenagers using its platform, to notify the parents of that risk.
I think when it comes to broad risks, yes. When it comes to every risk, I don't think that's possible.
If a social media platform is aware of a vulnerability that affects children, it must be transparent about it.
Children aren't allowed on Instagram.
If a social media platform is aware of a vulnerability that affects teens, it must be transparent about that.
Same objection to the floor.
About broad risks, yes. About every risk, unfortunately, that's not possible.
When a social media platform chooses to share data in an effort to be transparent, that data must be complete.
I don't know what it means for data to be complete.
It must be accurate.
To the best of our abilities, yes.
It must be honest.
Yes.
Instagram expects the public will make decisions about the platform based on the data it shares.
I expect there are many factors that go into parents' decisions about what they let their children use, including the data that we share when they do come across it.
Instagram is more interested in growth than the safety of its teens, correct?
I don't believe that.
On getting teens on the platform, correct?
We focus teens are trendsetters. They are early adopters, and we find that often how teens use Instagram or our other products is at least other things over time.
Meta's overall goal remains total teen time spent on Instagram.
That is not correct.
Remains total time spent on Instagram. That's an incorrect statement.
That is an incorrect statement.
Why wouldn't it be time spent by teens?
For a number of reasons. Time spent heavily encourages us to grow video. And video is great for helping people explore their interests, but it's not great for helping people connect with friends. It's not great for revenue. It's not great for most everything else that people do on Instagram.
What about for teen health and well-being, focusing just on time spent as your overall goal? Does that align with teen health and well-being?
Our goal for business reasons.
Right. So this is an email
forward, yes.
Yeah. And then what it forwards is an email sent to others within Meta.
Yes.
And you see on the Tuesday, November 8th, 2016, Mark has decided that the top priority for the company is in 2017 is teens. Do you see that?
I do.
And then attached here is a slide deck. Do you see that on page 4?
Yes,
Do you see the 2017 top line goal?
that's the name of the slide, yes?
Yep. The strategic goal is time spent and aggregate total spent is the operational metric.
Yes.
Okay. So would you was teen time spent?
Yes, Mark is suggesting that teen time spent be our top goal in 2017.
Exhibit 10 is an email string starting in December 21, 2017, going through January 9th, 2018. And then you look at January 8th, 2018 at 8:03 p.m.
I see that.
Okay. And says, hey, Adam, a very clear and strong message from Mark that DAP, and specifically US DAP, is bold and underlined, extremely important, and we, bold and underlined, must change that.
I do.
Okay. It's a very clear and strong message.
It is a clear and strong message, yes.
You stand by that?
Yeah, that means that we need to think about the broader set of. I'm pretty clear about not thinking it's good to be myopic about any single metric.
Is well-being a metric at Instagram?
Well-being is too complicated a thing to be quantified as one metric.
Is problematic use a metric at Instagram?
I don't know of a specific problematic use metric. I do think, no, I don't know of a specific way to quantify problematic.
Instagram?
There is a team in Instagram that focuses on growing Instagram.
Teen growth in the US is a metric at Instagram?
Yes, we can measure approximately how many teens look at that metric.
Total teen time spent is a metric at Instagram?
It's not a metric that we goal on, but I'm sure it's a metric. It's a piece of data that we could look up.
And would the decline of US teen growth Instagram?
I think if US teens were using Instagram less, that would be a big concern for Instagram because it would be a signal that other people will probably use Instagram less over time.
So it would be an existential threat?
It would be a big risk.
You recognize Exhibit 12?
It looks like September of 2023.
And when in this September 2023 email, top of mind, what's the first thing you said?
It's important to remember how crucial teenagers. Teen engagement is at an all-time high in most every market.
Would you agree Instagram in general?
Sometimes when time spent increases, we make less money.
Let's play clip 36. This is your Senate testimony. This will be Exhibit 13.
More time on your platform. Do you make more money when people spend more time on your platform or less?
On average, we make more money when people spend more time on our platform because we're an advertising business.
You see that testimony?
I do.
And that's the answer you gave to the Senator Sullivan?
It is.
Meta ever modeled social media addiction?
I'm not sure what it would mean to model social media addiction, but not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Has Meta ever illustrated what happens as a result of social media addiction?
I don't believe the science backs up that social media addiction is a thing, so I can't think of an example.
Okay, and has Meta ever analyzed or illustrated that social media addiction can result in a teen having less in-person time with other people?
I don't know of any of us ever modeling out the effects of an addiction of any sort on into we have looked to understand whether or not using platforms like Instagram and Facebook lead to more or less real world time with people.
And you found that the less real world time with people individuals have, the less happy they are.
I'm not aware with the specific studies. I just remember people talking. Did I remember any specific studies?
And internally, Meta also found that social media addiction leads to sleep deprivation.
Again, I don't know of any studies around social media addiction, and I'm not an expert in addiction or sleep deprivation.
So are you saying that you've never seen any materials or been informed within Meta about social media addiction leading to sleep deprivation?
I can't remember any examples of that. I've definitely been in conversations about minimizing sleep disruption, though.
If you look at this, health impacts, do you see that?
I do.
Top paragraph.
I see the top paragraph.
What does it say?
Independent experts we consulted from around the world generally agree that cosmetic surgery effects raise significant concerns related to mental health and well-being, especially for teenage girls.
And that's something you were aware of?
I wasn't aware of this specifically, but I definitely was in conversations about potential negative effects of cosmetic surgery.
I'm just asking you, as the head of Instagram, the potential negative effects of cosmetic surgery effects on Instagram are what?
I don't know that I have a good answer to that question. Sorry.
Are there any potential negative effects of cosmetic surgery effects on Instagram?
This document would suggest so, and I think that I would tend to take the advice of independent experts and weigh it very strongly.
And with that, let's talk about profits over safety. You want to take this advice and not.
I don't believe that cosmetic surgery effects, or even possibly any facial effects, drive profits. They're mostly about helping people express themselves. I think the question here is what types of effects should be allowed and what types of effects are allowed, and what types of effects we should build versus what types of effects we support via the platform.
Can you read that?
Of course, it can be achieved through cosmetic surgery and is not in service of creating a creator transformation.
Cosmetic surgery effects that should be encouraging teens to teens, correct?
I think we shouldn't allow effects that encourage cosmetic surgery.
Another option for consideration is permit but do not recommend cosmetic surgery effects. Do you see it to have these cosmetic surgery effects that, as defined, can be achieved through cosmetic surgery, but they're not recommended in the effects gallery? Do you see that?
Yes, it says do not feature cosmetic surgery effects in the effects gallery, effects tray, or other future recommendation surfaces.
Okay. And if you see the risks there, loosening the policy will support a narrative that the company is not prioritizing user well-being. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, The last is just a full lifting of the ban. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then that also would, has the same negative risk. Loosening the policy will support a narrative that the company is not prioritizing user well-being, correct?
That's what it says. And to make that argument. Yeah, so the attachment includes a summary of the different options.
Right. And option 1 is to continue with the ban. Option 2 is lift the ban, but don't recommend. And option 3 is lift the ban in total. Ban. April of 2020.
I am.
And you weren't involved in the decision-making of lifting a ban. And your operations of it, your support.
They lifted a ban. I think we allowed a subset that doesn't celebrate or encourage procedures. I was aware that decision was made in 2020. I don't remember exactly when. It looks like it was roughly in mid 2020.
So you were made aware by that Mark had made that decision?
I was aware that Mark had made a decision about where to draw the line on what effects to allow and not allow.
And when Mark makes a decision, that's the way the company goes? Laboratory study of social comparison and body image among teen users in the U.S. conducted by Instagram showed that 52% of teen girls that experience negative social comparison on Instagram said it was caused by images related to beauty. Among teen girls that said they felt bad about their bodies, 32% said Instagram made them feel worse. Did you know that?
I did. I remember this study. It's actually roughly the same number of teens that say they feel bad about their bodies, say that Instagram makes them feel better. But that is a survey I remember.
32% saying that Instagram made them feel worse is something that's very concerning. Would you agree?
32% of teen girls who say they feel bad about their bodies, saying that Instagram makes them feel worse, is something that concerns me.
Lifting the ban, option 2.
Yes.
One of the con is that.
That's what it's.
Do you see that?
I see that.
And that is a responsible thing for a social media platform to do, to execute something with a notable well-being risk, as long as it has a lower impact to growth.
I believe we actually didn't go with option 2. I believe we banned effects that promote plastic surgery, not banned all, but stopped short of banning all effects that mimic plastic surgery, to try to balance those things responsibly.
So it would be worse to not have worse for teen youths to not have the carve out.
I think it would be better to have the carve out and worse to not have the carve out.
And you see here in an email from Mark Zuckerberg. Do you see that?
I do.
Is there any carve out that's delineated on Mark's email?
No, he doesn't mention a carve out.
Now, who's Margaret Stewart?
Margaret Stewart was a early product design director, a product design manager at the company. So she spent most of her tenure at the company managing design. Something along those lines. I apologize if I'm getting the name set wrong.
You knew her as a person?
I did.
And you knew she was a parent?
I did.
2 teens.
Yeah.
It would be irresponsible to innovate something that increases harm to teams.
Something that billions of people uses means that some people will have positive and negative experiences. So I wouldn't go as far as to say it's irresponsible to build something that has a negative experience even once.
Did you learn from Margaret about and their peers coming through social media and its intensity?
Did I learn from Margaret about the pressures on Margaret coming to Margaret?
On the teens.
Instagram?
Yes.
I talked to Margaret about a variety of different things, including teen experiences. I don't remember specifically talking about pressure, but I remember talking to her about filters, and I remember talking to her about algorithmic transparency, and I remember talking to her about a number of other issues.
So that I'll direct you to the part.
I apologize.
It's the last paragraph in her email. I wanted to take a moment to express my disagreement. That
I do.
And with that disagreement, went forward.
That decision or variation did go forward.
Earlier, you testified that direct messaging is a popular feature on Instagram for teens, right?
Yes.
And so with a lot of the activity for teens happening on Instagram direct messaging, would you agree it's important to make sure
Negative effects or bad experience brought to my attention?
bad experiences include grooming by pedophile experiences include transmittal of nudity or pornography to teens?
That would be a horrible experience.
Would adults having sex talk conversations with minors on Instagram direct messaging, would that be something that should be brought to the head of Instagram's attention?
All the types of experiences you've named as examples would be negative experiences. None of them are allowed on Instagram. And if there were big issues with them, I would expect that someone would be bringing me that context.
If the daily number of minor victims having sex talk conversations on Instagram direct message with adults are approximately 38 times more than on Facebook Messenger, is that something you would want to know?
I would be concerned if there were elevated occurrences of any kind of harm on Instagram. One of the things to consider, though, is the relative size of the apps. So an app that is used by more people will have more harms, unfortunately. But in your hypothetical, that would be something I'd want to know.
And so, but at Instagram in 2020, there were no child safety data scientists.
I don't know if we had any data scientists that were specific focused on teen safety. I know that we had data scientists focused on safety, and I know that we care a lot about teen safety specifically, so they would have been working on teen safety. I cannot say yes or no if there were any who were exclusively focused on teen safety. We have never allowed under 13s to use the platform. They lie about their age. We do what we can to identify them quickly. That has been something that we've worked on for many years now.
For many years now, it's been a priority of Instagram to make sure to restrict.
It's been important to us for many years.
And never has Instagram deprioritized such an endeavor.
It's possible that a specific team that was working on something that our ability to work on this issue was deprioritized at some point, but in general, it has remained an important issue.
Okay, so in 2020, enforcing against U13s on its platform.
We had trouble keeping up with reports, not just around age in 2020, because we were having trouble hiring people as we needed to. So it's possible that we weren't making as much progress as we wanted to in 2020.
Is that 1576? Started on August 15th, 2018 by you with Guy Rosen, John McKay, and then it goes through August 30th, 2018.
August 15th to 30th, 2018, yes.
Yeah, he's talking about an example of how the messaging can work.
I think he's talking about not how DMs work in general or how messaging works in general, but he's talking about how a negative experience can happen in messaging.
And that would be Instagram direct messaging would be one of those, correct? Someone looks me up on Instagram, Facebook, because I'm a cute girl, sends me a message or even a friend request, and we start messaging. Do you see that?
I do.
And then he says, that is where all the bad stuff happens. Do you see that?
I do.
From less bad, tier 2 sexual harassment, like dudes sending dick pics to everyone. Do you see that?
I do.
That's bad stuff.
Yes.
To tier 1 cases, where tier 1 cases is
Horrific.
and he uses the word horrible in there.
He does.
But dudes sending dick pics to cute teen girls, is that horrible too? He's talking about that happens?
These would be different types of bad things that could happen in messaging.
Exhibit 21. Cast. What was that? Oh, have you seen this podcast? You remember this?
I remember this, yes.
You can play.
Photos are uploaded today to Instagram.
We don't probably announce the numbers. The thing that people don't realize actually though, is there's way more shared in messages than in stories, and there's more in stories than in feed.
No shit.
For
Messages are the most.
It's the-
That. You're not condoning it. Just those messages aren't actually, I guess, monitored.
No, we are not as interested in enforcing nudity policies if two people are consensually sharing,
Right.
intimate images of each other.
Yeah.
It's an accurate statement.
Yes.
And so these, what's reflected here as a example by Guy Rosen on Exhibit 20 is something that's not monitored.
Not necessarily. So we do actually scan direct messages for known instances of child exploitative imagery, but we do not scan direct messages or private direct messages for everything. We're trying to balance people's interest in privacy and not wanting us to scan everything with our interests in safety.
And so the example of a teen getting transmitted a dick pic from an adult is not something that would be monitored by Instagram.
I think now we have nudity control where I believe we use a client-side classifier to try to understand, block or block out something like that. That would be a form of monitoring, or you could call it a form of monitoring.
August of 2018, that was not in existence.
I don't believe so, but as you can see from this email, I was ramping up on what was in existence.
So prior to this filter getting implemented, did Instagram notify paging on Instagram was not being monitored and adults could send dick pics or other horrible things to minor children?
I don't agree with the qualification that they could. We certainly were trying to minimize this, but I think that it's pretty clear that you can message problematic content in any messaging app, whether or not it's Instagram or otherwise.
The nudity filter you're talking about was implemented April 11th, 2024.
I don't remember the year. We implement a lot of safety features. I remember last year. I don't remember what year that filter launched.
DMs are where most unwanted interactions. Do you see that?
I do. DMs are where most interactions happen, especially for teens. So it's certainly also true that DMs are where most unwanted interactions happen.
And avoiding unwanted interactions would increase safety. True.
Yes.
Starting new teens in a default restricted reachability setting significantly reduces the volume of overall unwanted interactions in DMs. Do you see that?
I do.
That's true.
I believe so.
And that would increase safety.
I believe so. Again, it's hard without knowing what the specific reachability settings are being provided.
Restricted interaction settings sacrifice value. Do you see that?
I do.
Showing for a strong potential for loss of valuable DM interactions. Do you see that?
It says data projections show a strong potential for loss of valuable DM interactions if we...
Email chain starting July 24th, June 24th, 2020 through June 28th, 2020. You see that?
June 24th, all June 2020, yes. Yeah.
And you see the subject is IIC on Instagram?
Yes.
Inappropriate interactions with children?
I assume that's what it refers to, yes.
So if it defined victims as 500,000 Instagram underage accounts receiving IIC on a weekly basis, do you see that?
500,000 Instagram underage accounts receiving IIC on a weekly basis.
That's not good.
I don't know how they're defining IIC in this case, but no, I think 500,000 underage accounts having a negative experience of any kind on a weekly basis is not good.
500,000 underage accounts receiving IIC on a weekly basis, written in bold. Is that something concerning to you as the head of Instagram? Is that something that poses a safety issue to on Instagram?
It depends. Again, I'm not on this email, so I don't know the specific definition. Absolutely have carry safety risk. Some are just unpleasant.
So on page 3, there was a small correction to the understanding of the metric. The metric is 500,000 victims per day in caps. Do you see that?
I do.
It's bad. How would you, in your own words, describe 500,000 victims per day?
Again, I don't know how they're defining victims because in this case, they're saying it's inappropriate interactions with children, but they're not specific. So negative experiences a day of any sort, I would find concerning.
Going back to Exhibit 24. If you look at the middle of page 1 on June 26, 2020, do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
I do.
Yoav Shapira writes, child safety is explicitly called out as a non-goal in our H2 plans. Do you see that?
I do.
So if we can do something here, cool. But if we can do nothing at all, that's fine too. And this is of IIC. Do you see that?
Yoav leads our, at this time, Instagram safety team. So what he's talking about is it being a non-goal for our Instagram safety team. Our central safety team, which we talked about earlier, is maybe 10 times as large. And so that child safety and IIC would have specifically been worked on by.
So Yoav is part of the Instagram child safety team.
Yoav is part of the safety team at Instagram. The way it works is we've got a central team at this point, probably 1,000 or 2,000 or thousands of engineers and what we would call technical functions. They do the bulk of the work, and then surface, what we would call a surface team, so like an app team, like Instagram or Facebook would have a much smaller team that helps that central team try and reduce harm on their app by leveraging the technology that that central team builds.
And for Instagram, in its H2 plans, child safety was explicitly called out as a non-goal, correct?
This isn't at the Instagram level. This is the Instagram safety team. So in 2020, it would have been a goal of the central team and not of the Instagram surface team.
Just want to be very specific. It was called out as a non-goal.
For the app, central team was working on it and had a handle on it.
And then let's get 109. And so this is an October 5th, 2021 message summary.
That's what it looks like.
If you look at Allison Lee, if at 12:25:34, it's kind of the middle of the page. Comments relating to integrity, age-related recommendation tuning, rabbit holing engineering on the back burner because we're so deeply understaffed. Do you see that?
Sorry, I think that's the last phrase of a long sentence. What your question was, is that in the sentence?
Yeah, well, do you see that?
Yes, I see that. I don't think there's a week that goes by that I don't have some team tell me that they're understaffed. All teams are always looking to grow. Was what team she's referring?
Okay, let's, do you remember? Let's. Which exhibit number is it? 28.
Things. Or generally create a healthier environment. I think we have to be willing to do that.
Even though it could affect your bottom line.
100%.
Do you remember saying that?
I do.
Okay, so let me go through and let's go to exhibit. Okay, looking at page 3.
Yes.
The strategy for take a break is to reduce experiences of problematic use and negative appearance comparison and land on teen well-being. Do you see that?
I think that's. I don't think that's a strategy for take a break specifically.
But take a break would be included in that strategy.
Yes.
Okay. And reducing experiences of problematic experiences of negative appearance comparison is important.
It is, though it's much harder for us to try and measure.
It's important.
It is.
So now, going to your H1 focus, which is on page 5.
Yes.
The goal is to reach more teens who might benefit from taking a break to actually take a break. Do you see that? And if you look at the North Star, what's the North?
Something you work towards over time.
Just look here at the North Star on the key behavior pies, long sessions. 15% of teens have 20-minute plus sessions a day. Do you see that?
Yes, 15% of teens have 20-minute sessions. 15% sessions, at least one session a day that is 20 minutes or longer.
Okay. And that's identified here in this document as a long session. You see that?
Yes,
And then there's frequent back-to-back sessions. Do you see that?
I do.
26% have 20 plus sessions per day, and half of the sessions being less than 10 minutes apart. Do you see that?
I do.
And then late night time spent. 9% spent 10 plus minutes on Instagram between 12 and 4 a.m. Do you see that?
I do.
So 35% of teens exhibit at least one of these problematic use experiences.
I don't know if these are problematic use. These are a proxy. Like, for instance, I'm not sure that a 20-minute session is a bad thing. But yes, 35% of teens exhibit at least one of these three listed above.
So,
All right, thank you very much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a good time for a break. So we'll take a short afternoon break, okay?
All rise for the jury.
Thank you.
a great launch candidate. So we continue to try to explore other ideas.
And then ultimately, the decision was made that Instagram would continue recommending teens to adults through accounts you should follow.
I think what we ultimately did was remove suspicious adults from accounts you should follow. So we carved out a subset of adults that we thought might be more likely to be problematic. So maybe nothing wrong with recommending Selena Gomez or The Rock as an account you might want to follow, but someone who has had some content taken down might be better to err on the side of being careful and not recommend that account.
So you're saying that removal of accounts you should follow would affect teens finding other teens?
In practice, it looked like that was part of what was happening here.
Did you actually conduct any research to run that into the ground?
It's not possible to run that into the ground, so to speak, because we don't have, unfortunately, perfect age data. But in general, we try to understand the opportunity, how much it might help with positive experiences and reducing harms, as well as what the downside was for teen experiences on Instagram about connecting with each other. I mean, if you wanted to have zero problematic interactions on Instagram, you could just not have Instagram and there would be zero there, but that would obviously be going too far. So we were trying to find the right balance.
And the balance was in still continuing to recommend teens to adults.
I think it was to adults that we didn't have any signals are that might be risky. So we basically tried to identify a subset of adults that might be risky and then remove them from both sides of accounts you should follow. So are they recommended to teens and are teens recommended to them? So we believe in this idea of proportional risk mitigation. So you wear a helmet when you ride a bike, you don't wear a helmet when you walk down the street. So we try to apply that idea here.
Go to Exhibit 34 and our mission, make Instagram the safest online community for teens. Do you see that?
I do.
And here, there's a problem that needs to be addressed, which is inappropriate interactions with children, Tier 2. Do you see that?
I see that.
And the words children is used there. You see that?
I do.
And it's a Tier 2 manifested 38 times more on Instagram than on Facebook. Do you see that?
I do.
That is not good, is it?
I think it depends on the magnitude. Certainly don't want to have more inappropriate interactions with children on our platform than any other platform, but I think I'm trying to remember Tier 2, if Tier 2 was, I'm trying to remember exactly what Tier 2 was, but no, that's not good.
That's not good. And look, when you asked about magnitude, it's written right there, over around 200,000 victims a day. Is that enough magnitude for you?
I'm not sure what it would mean for it to be enough magnitude for me.
September of 2023 is this document, Exhibit 34.
Yeah, I would be concerned even if the number was lower.
And if you look, it's in this Instagram document that's in your file, there's the reference to the Predator's Paradise, but that's something you obviously would remember if you watched it, correct?
I think I would remember that video if I watched it.
And you chose not to watch it, even though it's referenced in your files.
I don't know exactly, I apologize, I'm not a lawyer, what it means for it to be in my custodial file. So I don't remember if there's no context. If this was emailed to me, it's not a document that I created. So I'm trying to understand exactly when and how I might have seen it.
And you look at the next bullet point, out of 11 social apps, Instagram was ranked in the top 3 least safest apps. Do you see that?
By both parents and teens, based on, and then it's a link to a survey, I think.
This is by the Messenger Rooms Integrity Team in December of 2020. Do you see that?
I do.
That's not good.
I want us to be as safe as we can be. We are one of the most used platforms, which means we're going to naturally have more instances of problems, but that doesn't mean we don't have a responsibility to try and reduce that. We very much do. And no, it's not good for us as even as a business, and not to mention from just my position as a father, for us to be perceived by both parents and teens as poor on safety.
I'm sorry, if you could go back to page 8 on Exhibit 34.
Sure.
Do you see the risks section?
Yes.
We will monitor the impact of these changes on our growth engagement metrics as counter metrics. Do you see that?
Yes.
We will monitor the impact of these changes on our growth/engagement metrics as counter metrics. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, go into Exhibit 35. September of 2023. Do you see what the goal of this this title of this document is? Protect minors in comments. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you think it's a good goal to, and this is a September 2023, do you think it's a good goal to protect minors in the comments environment?
I do.
Do you think it's, you saw the type of comments that happened on that Predator's Paradise? Do you remember that?
As I said before, I don't remember watching that email, but I do remember. Sorry, if you're asking if I remember from this deposition, yes.
Yep. And those are interactions that you have a responsibility to protect children from. Correct?
I believe we should try and just find as many of those horrible comments as we can and remove them, and also take appropriate action on the accounts that added them.
Because right now, in this September of 2023, you're the top 3 least safest apps. And your mission is to make Instagram the safest online community for teens, right?
So this is the Instagram Trust and Safety Team. So I believe that's their mission. This suggests that one survey says that teens and parents rank us as one of the top 3 least safest apps. And so clearly, if that's the case, we've got more work to do.
And that's as of September 2023.
According to that one survey, yes.
And at this time, you're now the head of Instagram for how many years?
September 2023, almost 5 years.
And after 5 years, we're looking at 38 times the exposure of inappropriate interactions with children on the app relative to the Facebook, and images and content and other types of things that are happening and that you know about to children that you're still working on and still have a lot of work to do.
There are like 3 or 4 comments in there. I think if you're asking if there's still work to do, I would say yes, there's always still work to do.
If it's in your file, you know that it's available for you to have read. You understand that?
I have access to hundreds of thousands of documents. It's not possible for me to have read all of them.
This is something the public would like to know. So as the head of Instagram with, what did you say, over 2 billion daily active users or persons?
We have over 2 billion monthly active people.
Okay, with over 2 billion monthly active people, that's quite an audience you could reach with your voice. Would you agree?
I try and reach not only parents, but also the broader community by posting on Instagram. I do so multiple times a week. I've talked about everything from safety issues to how Instagram works. I do not reach anywhere near 2 billion people, but I do reach a lot of people.
Now, as the head of Instagram with these once a week, twice a week, multiple time a week postings that you do, in any of them, did you say, hey, community, Instagram community, just want to let you know there's around 200,000 child victims a day of inappropriate interactions with children. Tier 2.
No,
The trajectory of Instagram, if you're going year over year, 2021, 2022, 2023, the DAP was going up.
the number of users that use Instagram and over those years has gone up, yes.
And it's now getting to the point where it's close to matching Facebook.
I think there's a ways to go to catch up with Facebook, but there's, like we talked about earlier, over 2 billion people on Instagram.
And with the DAPs and monthly active users continuing to go up, so does the revenue. Correct?
In general, yes.
And then so does the net profits, correct?
Usually, yes.
Nonetheless, there's cuttings of the teams by 13%, correct?
I don't know actually that the team was shrunk overall by 13%. We did a 13% cut, as is mentioned here, but we also grew the team in other areas. So this actually happens every year now, where teams both receive new resources and budget for things like hiring, as well as proactively make efficiency cuts and try to reduce investments in certain areas.
I'm sorry, I'm just reading what you wrote here on page 3. All of this happened despite cutting the team by 13%. Do you see that?
I see that.
Which is double the size of the cuts we made in H2 of 2022. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Generally speaking, I was correct.
I'm now forgetting how you framed it originally, but in general, the stronger the business, the higher the stock price, the higher my compensation.
Exhibit 40 is April 4th, 2017. And let's get to Exhibit 41. This is a July 2017 email. And if you look on page 2, June 27th, 2017, this is an email to you, right?
On Tuesday, July 27th,
Yes.
it's an email. It doesn't say who it's from, but it says it's to me. So look at the bottom, it says Will.
And did you ever meet with him?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
43. Max emails you and said, hey, you asked me for general thoughts today. I reflected on it a bit more, and here are 5 things worth considering. Did you see that?
I do.
And here in the strategy, the third one, do you see where it writes, no one wakes up thinking they want to maximize the number of times they open Instagram that day. Do you see that?
I do.
You agree with that, right?
I don't think people wake up thinking about they want to maximize the number of times they open up Instagram.
And then he goes on to write, but that's exactly what our product teams are trying to do. Do you see that?
I do.
And that's what Instagram, through its operations, is trying to do, is trying to get users to open up and access Instagram as many times a day as possible.
So we look at how many times you open up Instagram as a signal of how much value you're getting. We've actually, since this email, focused on something different, which is what we call, I believe, cap 15 sessions, or maybe it's cap 5. I'll double check. But essentially, the number of people who use Instagram up to 5 or 15 times a day, and then we don't take or value at all anything beyond that max cap. There was a change, though, since Max wrote this email in 2021.
And so that's exactly why the product teams were trying to do that, correct?
Yes, sessions, total sessions was a goal. It has since become capped sessions as a goal.
And the more sessions an individual has in a day, the more revenue that's made, correct?
Sometimes yes, I would guess usually yes. That's not always the case. Depends on what they use Instagram for.
And the more revenue that's made, we've already talked about, the more profit that's made, correct?
Yes.
Nobody wakes up wanting to open Instagram as many times as possible is the message here, right?
It is.
And feeling that compulsive need to open Instagram as many times as possible would be associated with problematic use, correct?
I think that using Instagram more than you feel good about is the definition of problematic use.
And that's exactly what your product teams want to do, is get people to maximize the number of times they open Instagram that day, even if that's not what they want to do.
I think that's inaccurate. I don't think we want people to open up Instagram if they're not feeling good about it. This is saying that the average goal is to create a product that people want to open multiple times a day. But no, I don't want people to open up the app more than they feel good about.
Where here in these two sentences, no one wakes up thinking that they want to maximize the number of times they open Instagram that day, but that's exactly what our product teams are trying to do. Does it talk about an average goal?
All goals are average goals.
Let's go to 1724. What are we at? 44?
44.
This is a work chat.
It appears so. Yes.
August 27th, 2021, and you're on it.
Yes, this looks like it's a message thread between me and Stephanie Otway.
And you see here it's talking about Jeff Horowitz has leaked a social comparison research deck from 2020. And he's writing a story that essentially argues that Instagram's design is inherently bad for teenage girls, leads to SSI, poor mental health, dysmorphia, and is not something we can fix with product or app design overhaul. Do you see that?
I do.
And then Stephanie communicates with you and says, the arguments are based on our own research, so difficult to rebut, but we're pulling a response together. Interviews with research team, potentially previewing nudges, for example. We'd like to put you up for interview. See that?
I do.
And then you come back and say, slide deck doesn't say anything about Instagram's effect on eating disorders, right?
That's what it says.
And Stephanie responded and says, it defines body image as inclusive of eating disorders. Then says how appearance comparisons on Instagram can worsen teen girls' body image, right?
I see that quote.
And then on page 2, you say, what are you most worried about, quote-wise?
I do.
What did Stephanie say?
I'm most worried about the fallout from this article, more so than pull quotes, that our own research confirmed that everyone has that our own research confirmed what everyone has long suspected.
That's that, and that your own research confirms that Instagram's design is inherently bad for teenage girls, right?
I think she's worried that that's what people are going to conclude. Right?
You, as the head of Instagram, believe strongly in transparency, correct?
I believe in transparency.
You feel strongly about that.
I think it's important for us to be out there talking about the most important issues, even if it's difficult. I think it's, to a degree.
Why did this social comparison research deck have to be leaked?
I think there was a lot of content in this deck. I think some of it was interesting. I think some of it was problematic research. I think in general, we don't release most research. I think to do so would be just impractical. I think that applies to this as it applies to all research.
You don't release most research because you don't want to be transparent.
I'm assuming you're going to say right. The question, no, I don't agree. Most research is surveys. We run hundreds of surveys every month. I don't think it makes sense for us to release the results of all surveys every month. I think we should be forthcoming. We should participate in the conversations, even when they're unpleasant or difficult, and come with scrutiny and criticism. And I try to live by that.
It's only confidential because Meta wants to keep it confidential.
We, by default, have all research and all documents are confidential.
And Meta is the only one who has access to all the data and access to all the research, right?
We do research with third parties. So there are instances where we share data with third parties. Registered Reports is one of those programs. But most of the research we do is essentially internal surveys about how people feel about their usage of the products.
So all those internal research endeavors is something only Meta has access to, along with the data for that, correct?
I think the data is a separate thing. So there's some data that we release with third-party researchers, and there are some surveys that we talk about publicly, but the average survey, which is not data, it's just a survey, is something that we don't release publicly.
This is a email chain starting on April 8th, 2019 to April 16th, 2019.
Yes.
Do you remember this communication?
I do.
And you see here that David Ginsburg is emailing Mark Zuckerberg, you and others, that he's requesting additional well-being support. Do you see that?
I do.
And calling it, quote, well-being 10X initiative.
I see that's what he calls the initiative.
And so funding the well-being 10X was something that you were not supporting.
That specific initiative, I didn't have the headcount to support, but we had probably a few hundred people working on safety at Instagram and a few thousand at the company at that point, and this was asking for 7 additional people for Instagram.
The information on here doesn't contain direct messaging content.
For this specific metric, I don't believe so. I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
I don't believe so. I would like to double check, but I doubt it.
That's not very transparent, right?
Well, I think we're pretty clear here, and in this, not on this specific page that you screenshotted, but overall on our definition of prevalence and why we believe in prevalence as one, but not the only important measure.
This does not include inappropriate interactions with children, does it?
It's inappropriate interactions with children is a different type of problem. It's measured differently.
Who's Arturo Behar?
Arturo Behar worked at Meta, I believe, as a PM, and then he left, and then he did some consulting for us, and then he left again.
Beef? Do you know what beef is?
BEEF, BEEF was a survey that I think he worked on to measure what perceived prevalence. So there's strict definitions of what comes off the site entirely, because if you qualify for one of the metrics on this slide and we find that content, we take down the content entirely, and that's a big deal. He was focused on a broader range of less severe harm. So instead of, in this example, nudity, something that might be borderline, and it wouldn't be taken off the site, but it might be still something that we wouldn't be comfortable showing, under 18, teens under 18. And he was trying to understand the shape of that larger, less severe set of problems.
And he went through his slide deck with you, correct?
I don't know. He might have, but I remember before he left, he asked to meet, and I met with him, and we talked extensively about Instagram and safety. I don't remember if we reviewed the slides or not.
But you've reviewed the slides.
I'm sure I've seen some slides from that survey at some point.
All right, let's mark as 1798, Exhibit 58. And Mr. Behar laid out for you some pre-read information. Do you see that?
Yes.
So here, the data points that Mr. Behar communicated to you were with respect to unwanted sexual advances, 13 to 15-year-olds, 13% within the last 7 days, and 27% of them in more than 7 days. Do you see that?
I think this is, have you ever received unwanted sexual advances? So I think it's 13%. That's actually a bit confusing as it's named. But yes, I see it says 13 and 17, 27%, but the question specifically says, have you ever received unwanted sexual advances on Instagram?
Right. So 27% of 13 to 15-year-olds received unwanted sexual advances?
27% said that they received unwanted sexual advances. It could be something like someone asking you out who you weren't interested in.
It could be like Predator's Paradise.
It could also be a predator. The whole idea here is to measure not just the most problematic content, like your example, but also the less problematic but more frequent problems, which don't qualify for being taken off the site entirely, but still are a good thing to understand and address.
So CSIR is not the complete picture of negative experiences on the platform. Fair statement?
There's no document that is a fully comprehensive picture of negative experiences. That wouldn't be possible.
So then is the answer yes? CSIR is not a complete picture of negative experiences on the platform.
It's not possible to have a complete picture of negative experiences on the platform in one document.
So all negative experiences are something that need to be dealt with on the platform and through Instagram, correct?
I think that's going too far. I think in general, if you are having a rough day and seeing your friends on Instagram having a good day is triggering, that's a negative experience that we can't possibly understand or mitigate. So I think our responsibility is to certainly address the most severe problems, and where possible, also address the more frequent, less severe problems. But unfortunately, it's impossible. We don't live in a world where I can address every negative experience that someone might have from connecting with friends.
Mr. Messeri, are you familiar with an initiative within the company called Project Daisy?
There was a project called Coden and Daisy that was about potentially hiding like counts.
Okay. And you're, just to be clear, it was an initiative at Instagram to test hiding like counts on posts. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And was it a tool that Instagram was exploring to potentially try to minimize a negative experience that users were having on the platform?
It was not trying to minimize specifically one negative experience. It was more just trying to make the experience more pleasant in general. I was personally pretty excited about it. I talked about it a lot publicly. It turned out that it was very polarizing. Some people really liked it, some people really didn't. And it didn't move any measures of well-being, which we tried to measure. So we ended up making it opt-in.
And when you said it was an attempt to improve the experience for users, that includes teen users. Is that fair?
That's fair.
So I'd like to talk to you about when Instagram first started discussing hiding like counts. If you could pull up Exhibit 47 again, please.
Sure thing.
And to reorient ourselves, this was an email chain in October 2019 between you and Karina Newton, correct?
It looks like it starts with me emailing a large distribution of people, an update on Instagram, and then Karina responds to me, and so she forks the thread, and it's just the two of us.
And the subject of that email, and just for the record to be clear, this is the Tuesday, October 1st, 2019 email at 8:39 p.m. that we're looking at, correct?
Yes.
And you were reflecting that, as you see in the second and third line, this time last year, nobody had even
It wasn't for me. Sorry about that.
Thought of making like counts private.
Where do I say that?
In the third line.
Yes.
Right, so she specifically clarifies in that bullet underneath, we started discussing hiding likes in December 2017 after a joint policy and well-being roundtable in LA to solicit feedback from the community. The discussion revealed how big of negative impact like counts were having, especially on young creators. This led us to make it an ask for the well-being team to explore in May 2018 as part of H2 planning process. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
You have no reason to doubt Karina Newton's clarification that December 2017 was around when the company first started discussing hiding like counts, right?
I don't doubt that some people at the company were talking about hiding like counts in 2017 because I trust Karina Newton.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 78. And this is a August 3rd, 2021 post on the company's internal site entitled Daisy Controls Default Comparison Preliminary Results. Is that correct?
Yes.
So this is August 2021 and concerns testing the impact of Daisy after it was launched as an opt-in in May 2021. Is that correct?
I'm not sure. I don't remember this specific post. It looks like it's a preliminary results of the Daisy control. So it looks like it's an overview of how the control seemed to work.
And then it cites to the test findings regarding rate of adoption, stating that when Daisy controls are opt-in, only 0.72% of people choose to hide like counts, but when they're opt-out, 35% leave their accounts hidden. Is that correct?
It is. It's one of the reasons why we ended up making it a control. It looks like when we don't hide like counts, when we leave like counts up, the vast majority of people keep it. But when we remove like counts, it looks like the majority of people opt back in to seeing like counts. So it says, but when they're opt out, 35% leave their like counts hidden, which means that 65% change it.
Correct. But so what, put another way, when it's a default setting, 35% will leave their like counts hidden.
Yeah, which means the majority don't.
But when it's an opt-in, only 0.72% choose to keep like counts hidden.
Which means the majority stick with the default. So this is an interesting thing. So this is a good example of when you have an option, you can go with one or two. It's interesting to see, if you go with default A, do most people opt out or stay in? And this is just showing clearly that way more people want to have like counts than don't. Because when you take them away, 2 out of 3 turn them back on. And when you don't take them away, 1 in 150 turn them off.
Correct, but isn't it indicating that if it's a default setting, 35% will actually want to use it? But if they have to take a user action because it's opt-in, only 0.72 will, because there's friction to be able to turn it on.
It is true that more people will leave it on if it's opt-in, absolutely. They might be leaving it on because they want to leave it on. They might be leaving it on because they don't bother to change it. They might be leaving it on because they don't know how to change it. It is incredibly rare for there to be a setting that's default on that 65% of people opt out of. That is about 100 times what I would expect from the average setting.
The second bullet says teens in the opt-out, or the default position, correct? Were significantly less likely to feel worse about themselves because of the number of likes other people received on their Instagram posts. This is one of our most relevant indicators of negative social comparison and demonstrates the impact default Daisy controls can have on experiences of comparison on the platform. So is it fair to say that this is saying when in the default setting, it's having a bigger positive impact on improving negative social comparison?
I don't know how they're measuring social comparison, but yes, that's what this is saying.
So was any design change made based on these findings to in fact make Daisy a default setting?
No, I mean, it looks like it would be, one, it didn't move what we had agreed on was the definition of measurement for well-being. And two, it would be pretty aggressive for us to turn something on that 2 out of 3 people would proactively turn off. So no, we didn't change. We looked for other ways. We've talked a lot about Daisy today, and I think that's good. I spent a lot of time on Daisy, but it's just one of many tools we've tried to build in the name of well-being. Some have worked out, some haven't, some have ended up in less significant states like this one.
Is this not indicating that Daisy would be more effective in improving negative social comparison if it was a default setting?
That's what this says. I don't know how they're measuring it, but that's what this says.
And no design change was never done to make it a default setting to date, correct?
Daisy is not default on today.
Meta's policy is that children under 13 are not allowed on Instagram, correct?
That's correct.
Despite the fact that Meta's policy is under 13s are not allowed on Instagram, there are some kids under 13 who lie about their age and sign up for Instagram accounts.
Unfortunately, yes. There are people who lie about their age. We try and identify them and remove them from the app, but some do lie and go undetected.
In addition to that, there's age modeling. And age modeling is where those children who have lied and said they are 13, but they are not 13, and they are on the app, Meta has technology to attempt to detect those children, correct?
Almost. Close. There are a lot of age words, so I apologize for the complexity. What we do often is age prediction. So we try to predict how old somebody is. We don't do age prediction for under 13 for a variety of reasons, but the primary one is that there's a bunch of legal restrictions on using under 13-year-old data, which you would need to build that classifier. So we do try and identify those who are lying about their age through heuristics and other measures, like reports. So we do predict age in general for those 13 and over, because there's certain features that you can only have access to, for instance, if you're above 18. But for under 13 detection, we rely on heuristics and reports primarily, and then age verification in certain instances.
Do you know if your team members did?
I don't know. It wouldn't be surprising to me that the team would reach out to people at Google, Apple, and others. I don't know whether or not they talk to anybody at TikTok.
That they would reach out on youth-related issues?
I don't know for sure, one way or the other. It wouldn't surprise me one way or the other.
You talked about, I think, recommendation resets. Do you remember that?
I did. We have a tool called the recommendations reset, where basically you can reset how ranking works. So we basically forget everything we knew about your interests and allow you to start fresh. So the recommendations you get are as if you had just signed up for Instagram.
And is this recommendation reset, is it a tool that's offered to users?
Yes.
When was this recommendation reset tool made public?
I don't remember. I would estimate roughly a year ago, but I should get back on the specific date.
Why did Instagram develop the recommendation reset tool?
I was personally a big proponent of it. I think, generally speaking, I think ranking is, I know, contentious, but I think it's a good thing. There are thousands of things you could see from the accounts you follow on any given day. You only have so much time, so we try to make the most of your time and rank the things that we think you're most interested up at the top. But in edge cases, sometimes you can end up in a place where you're seeing content that you're interacting with that you don't actually want to see. I had a friend get into a place where she was seeing lots of videos about lost pets, and she just couldn't help but watching these videos of these lost puppies and lost cats, and it was sad. But ranking thought she was interested in them, and so it kept showing them to her. So it's a good example of a rare case, but a case where she just needed to get a full reset. And I actually don't remember if she used it or not, but I remember telling her about it. So it's there for those cases where, for whatever reason, you are interacting with something that you don't want to be interacting with, and we're misreading your signals, like I say, because we only have proxies, it's there to give you some control back.
So does Meta maintain any information, data, anything on whether the utilization of the recommendation reset solves that problem it was designed to solve?
Well, I think it wasn't designed to design a specific problem, so there's no way to really measure that directly. I think it just seemed, and just based on common sense, that it would be a useful thing for a small number of people. There's no way for us to know exactly why people use it, who do use it, but I felt personally passionate that it should exist, and we built it.
I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, that this idea of this recommendation reset tool came up early in your testimony in the context of the social comparison problem. Am I remembering that correctly?
Yeah, I believe we talked about it there. So social comparison is human. We compare ourselves to other people. It can be positive and negative. It's possible that you get into a place where you're comparing yourself to others in an unhealthy way, and we can't tell that that's happening, and you just want to, maybe you keep looking at, I don't know, images of, I mean, I had a friend who struggled with this. So I had a friend who struggled for a long time to get pregnant. And what was triggering for her was seeing baby content on Instagram. There's nothing wrong with posting pictures of your baby or cribs or baby outfits. That stuff's great. But for her, she was interacting with it a lot because she was pregnant. And then she lost the baby. And so for her, that's kind of the moment it's for. Everything we know from what you've liked and commented on over the last 4 or 5 months is that you're interested in baby content. But that would be about as upsetting as possible for her at that moment, so she can override it. There's no way for us to know what happened, so we don't recommend it because we don't know what's happening in your life. But we want to make sure that tool is there.
I think, and again, correct me if I'm misremembering, but when you were talking earlier in your testimony about social comparison and the recommendation reset tool, you called the social comparison issue maybe the most complex issue or problem that faced Meta. Am I remembering that correctly?
I don't know if I said it's the most complicated problem that faces Meta, but it is very complicated. I mean, that's a good example. That is negative social comparison. A woman who tragically loses a pregnancy, seeing photos and comparing herself to other people's lives who have happy, healthy babies. The reason why it's so tricky is we don't know what's happening in your life outside of Instagram, right? You use Instagram probably less than an hour a day. And because it's so human to compare ourselves to others. And so it's just much more difficult to measure and identify, which is why we have to come up with more creative solutions like the reset tool.
There's been a lot of discussion in the course of your deposition over the course of the last day, almost 2 days now, about negative experiences that folks might have on Instagram. I actually want to ask you a slightly different question, which is, as someone who has led Instagram since 2018, do you believe it's a valuable and positive service?
I wouldn't be working there if I didn't think that the service or Instagram created value for people. We're connecting billions of people. That is going to mean good and bad things happen. I think that overall, it's an amazing amount of things that we enable. We allow people to connect with their friends. My brother lives in LA, my sister lives in Berlin, my father lives in Tel Aviv, my mother lives in Palm Springs. We stay up to date on each other's lives through Instagram and apps like it. I also think that there's risks that come along with connecting people at that scale. And so I want to make sure that I'm clear-eyed about that. And I just take the responsibility to try and create as much value as possible and minimize as much risk as possible very seriously.
Is it in Meta's business interests for teens to have safe and positive experiences on Instagram?
Absolutely. in general, it's in our interest for everyone to have safe and positive experiences. Ultimately, there's a fair amount of competition. Competition's getting stiffer every year. We want people to have a good experience on the platform. It would be, I mean, of course we do. In general, it's also a platform that is at its heart about creativity. And so if you don't feel safe, if you don't feel comfortable, then you're not going to share. You're not going to tell your story. Instagram doesn't even work for you at all. So it's very much in our interest over the short term and the long term to try and do what we can to make sure that we have a safe, comfortable, positive experience.
Let me start with just a basic question. Does Meta allow content that intentionally or unintentionally celebrates or promotes suicide, self-injury, or eating disorders?
No. If content celebrates or encourages self-harm, eating disorders, or suicide, and we find that content, we take it down off the site entirely.
Let me ask you, is content moderation uniquely or especially difficult when you're talking about suicide and self-injury content and eating disorder content?
It is for a couple of different reasons. So one is that there are ways of talking about suicide and self-harm that are harder to detect, right? So like we talked about examples like collarbone photos. That's something that would normally seem benign, but in this context could be very problematic. So generally speaking, when we have to try to understand context, it's a little bit trickier. Another is sometimes people seek out this type of content. And so if you're really struggling and you're seeking out this type of content, it's harder to prevent you from finding it because you're actively working to find it. That doesn't mean it's any less important. It's just more difficult to do. It's also just, and maybe this is maybe the most difficult bit about it, it's also not just about finding everything that might be problematic and removing it as quickly as possible, because there's such a risk to those who are suffering from these disorders of making them feel shame or negative or ostracized in some other way. And so we have to balance protecting the broader community with the more intense needs of the much smaller number of people who are particularly at risk. So for all of those reasons, it's much more complicated than something like nudity.
Let me ask very directly, just for the jury's benefit. Do you believe that the science shows that Instagram is an addictive platform?
I don't think the science suggests that Instagram is an addictive platform.
Is Instagram designed to be addictive?
It's definitely not designed to be addictive. We want it to be useful. We want it to be something that helps people connect with their friends and explore their interests. We're not trying to make something that's addictive.
Do you, is there a difference between whether a product or a service is addictive and whether someone might consider him or herself to be addicted to something?
Yes, I believe there's a difference. Addiction is about a relationship between an individual and something that they're using. You could theoretically be addicted to TV. That doesn't mean that TV is an addictive thing in general. It's specifically about the relationship between the individual and the behavior or the substance, right? Is the behavior compulsive? Are you trying to quit and you cannot? Is it demonstrably causing you harm? There are a variety of ways to measure these things. There is sort of an agreed upon one called DSM-5. And I think that it's about specifically the relationship between an individual and a behavior or, a substance. But I think it's important to call out the difference between someone being addicted to something and a thing being addictive in general.
Has the company actually launched features that are focused on improving the quality of the experience on the platform like Instagram, even though those features might reduce time spent on the platform?
Yes, there are a number of things that we've launched over the years that have reduced the amount of time spent on the platform. We have made teen accounts private by default. We have launched time spent limit tools that you can set to encourage you to leave Instagram at certain times. We have changed, we don't recommend a lot of content that doesn't violate our community guidelines, but we just think might not be age appropriate or might just be not pristine, let's call it. We could drive a meaningful amount more time spent by fully recommending everything, but we don't, because we're trying to make sure that we're creating a positive experience. Teen accounts also significantly reduced not only the amount of time teens spend on Instagram, but also how many teens use Instagram. Parental controls also allow parents to explicitly create hard caps on how much time spent their teens spend on Instagram. There are lots of things. The truth is, no one measure is perfect. Time is far from it. We certainly care about how much time people spend on our platform. It's a sign or a signal of how relevant we are. But we are willing to reduce the amount of time spent on our platform, and we do so on a regular basis.
Does Meta prohibit child sexual exploitation, inappropriate interactions with children, exploitative imagery on its platforms?
Absolutely. That type of content has no place on our platforms. When we find it, we remove it immediately.
Is it nevertheless the case that there are bad actors who work to get around Meta's policies and protections in the child safety space?
Yes, there are. Well, I mean, the reality is that we live in a world where there are bad people. There are bad actors who try to do bad things. It happens offline and online. I wish people would leave that aside when they open their phone or open up Instagram, but they don't. So that means that the work that we do is going to need to continue to improve and evolve as bad actors find new ways to try and do what they do. So that's just the reality of the world that we live in, particularly at our scale. There's over 2 billion people on Instagram. There's no way to have a group of 2 billion people and have everyone be a good actor. So we're going to continue to try and identify risks and harms and then address them as quickly and as effectively as we can.
I want to ask you about exhibit number 34, which you were shown yesterday. And let me ask you to turn to, we can start on page 1 of exhibit number 34. And at the bottom of the page, there's a section entitled Product Strategy. Do you see that?
I do.
And it says, when a potential violator is viewing, we will filter out content from minors and vice versa. See that?
I do.
It says, simply put, we should not be recommending our children to these individuals. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. Now, you were told yesterday that that strategy was not actually played out until 2023. Do you remember that?
I think so, yes.
And let's just highlight that part where it says when, in fact, the strategy and the initiatives were expected to launch. Do you see that?
I do.
What does it say about when the company actually launched its product strategy on this issue?
So for stopping these recommendations, it looks like in the second quarter of 2021, so between April and June of 2021, we launched this in the US, France, United Kingdom, Australia, Japan, and then we expanded to other countries.
So it was not 2023, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Let me ask you just a couple of additional questions on the topic of teen folks who use Instagram specifically. Let me ask it pretty directly. Does Meta make a significant portion of its revenue from teenagers' use of its platforms?
No, teens are not a significant source of revenue for us. Teens don't have a lot of expendable income. They don't spend a lot of money in general. They don't click on a lot of ads. So they're not a significant source of revenue.
You had, I believe, testified, I can't remember if it was yesterday or today, about in your own role, there have been occasions where you have prioritized headcount and resources for well-being over headcount and resources for growth. Do you recall testifying to that?
I do. There have been a number of times over the years where we've increased our investment in safety or well-being, which has come at the expense of other projects. So no, that is not true.
Exhibit 103, the date of that document is December 7th, 2021, right? You can see it up on the screen too.
Exhibit 103 is dated December 7th, 2021.
And you testified in front of the Senate on December 8th, 2021, the next day, right?
I believe so, yes.
So let's play clip 35, which will mark as Exhibit 108.
When you start out as a company, like when I joined, even though we were big, you're still just trying to make it, right? You're worried about MySpace crushing us. Yeah. At some point, you get big enough where you need to care a lot more about the downsides of what you do. It's about safety and integrity issues is what we call them internally. And I think we were years late to investing properly given the amount of responsibility we had.
You remember saying that in February of 2020, right?
I do.
During the years Instagram was late to act, it was calling for industry-wide regulation, true?
We also, during some of those years, encouraged for industry-wide regulation.
Exhibit 45, page 1, on April of 2019, that's when you wrote to Susan Lee that, quote, "I don't see us funding this from Instagram anytime soon," correct? And in May of 2020, this is Exhibit 18, where Mark Zuckerberg decided to lift the ban on cosmetic surgery filters. You remember that?
Did you say 18?
If you look there, May 8th at 2:28 p.m., Mark Zuckerberg decided to lift the ban on the cosmetic surgery filters. You see that?
He said he's supportive of moving forward with option 2, lifting restrictions but not promoting Instagram.
June 20th, 2020, this is Exhibit 24 on page 1. This is where Syed Otaru reported that there were 500,000 instances per day of inappropriate interactions with children on Instagram. Do you see that?
Do I see what?
The 500,000 victims a day reference.
I see the reference.
Yep. So is it a true or false statement that the reason you're seeking regulation is because you wanted to make sure Instagram did not lose its market share?
We called for regulation because certain things are better handled by regulation. Other work is better handled to be done proactively by platforms, which is why we invest as much as we do.
And you sought regulation because you wanted to pass the buck to somebody else, like the operating systems.
We sought regulation because some things are better done at the regulatory level. We certainly don't want to pass the buck to anybody. The operating systems helping developers to better understand age is a multiplier on all of the safety work that all apps do, including Instagram.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Adam Solomon Mosseri.
But ultimately, Mr. Mosseri, child safety on the platform you had or the app you had falls to you, correct?
I feel a responsibility to try and help keep people safe on Instagram, particularly young people on Instagram.
And you knew that in 2018, correct?
In 2018, as in today in 2025, there are many people who try to lie about their age to get on the app, which is why we invest heavily in trying to remove them, identify them and remove them from the app.
And you're familiar with the case of Molly Russell, are you not?
Yes.
And Mr. Mosseri, a couple minutes ago, you referred to experts who advised Meta on its policy about suicide self-injury content, correct?
I did.
Okay. Who were some of those experts Meta consulted with?
So we've engaged with experts in a variety of ways over the years. It's primarily run out of what we call, I believe, the policy programs team. Karina Newton, who you referenced earlier, was running policy at the time, so she brought me to a handful of group calls with experts from around the world.
And do you know the names of any of those experts?
I can't remember any specific names. I'm not aware with the specifics of the study, so I wouldn't have been aware of that specific fact within the study. I was not aware with the specific study.
Let's turn to 594. I'm just going to ask you one question.
594. There's two numbers at the bottom. Is it the bottom on the 594?
Bottom of the bottom. And if you look at the third full bullet point, age models do not work as well on Instagram.
The third, there are bullets and indented bullets, just to help me, which
The
one?
indented bullets, about a third of the way down the page.
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
I heard 2/3, even though you clearly said a third. I apologize.
Okay. Age models do not work as well on Instagram because Instagram, or IG, only started to collect age data for new signups in December 2019. In addition, Adam Mosseri will not support upselling age collection on IG. On IG has previously been criticized as being for existing the purpose of targeting ads and intrusive to users because he sees it as intrusive data collection who do not necessarily need to bring their authenticated self to the platform. Awkward sentence, but have I read it correctly?
That is what the sentence says.
Okay.
And it is an awkward sentence.
What does it mean to upsell age collection on Instagram?
I'm not sure what she's referring to specifically.
Let's turn to Exhibit 10. All right, Mr. Mosseri, I'll represent that this document was produced from your files at Meta. And it's titled My Canonical Youth Defaults. Do you see that title?
Yeah, XMY. I'm not sure what XMY stands for, but yes, that's the title.
If you look actually at 281, you can see number 2, age verification on the previous page, just to orient you on the subject. Do you see number 2, age verification?
I do.
Okay, and beneath that lays out Meta's policy on age verification, correct?
It outlines some information about how age verification works at Meta.
Okay, and then if we skip down to rationale, it says regulatory. Globally, age verification is not required. However, we have found that age verification will be a requirement in some Tier 2 and Tier 3 youth jurisdictions, correct?
That's what that says?
And then if you look down, it says growth implication in brackets. Do you see that?
I do.
Requiring age verification for new under 18 users in Tier 2 and for new and existing under 18 users in Tier 3 countries at the app level would have a cost on the order of millions to tens of millions of MAU. And do you understand MAU? What do you understand MAU to stand for?
Monthly active users.
For Facebook and Instagram. Have I read that correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and it was Meta's assessment that age verification would impact the monthly average users for Facebook and Instagram, correct?
That's what this document says.
Do you know that applying age verification would have an impact, a negative impact, on monthly average users of Facebook and Instagram?
Yes, I believe that's the case.
Okay, and under TikTok, it says TikTok verifies as the age provided by the user by performing scans on the public videos posted by the user to see if the age provided by the user matches the age predicted by the facial recognition software. Have I read that correctly?
You have.
Now, Meta doesn't use facial recognition to verify the age of its users, does it?
I believe we do in certain contexts. So age verification is tricky. And I wouldn't even necessarily call what this says here as age verification, but when we do try to verify age, we work with a third party, I apologize, I'm blanking on the name of the company, in certain jurisdictions that allows face scanning through the camera in order to attempt to verify age.
Okay, and those are in certain circumstances, for instance, when a user has tried to change their date of birth, for example, right?
I believe so, yes. We use other methods to try to identify age liars in contexts like this one.
Okay. But it's not used across the board when someone registers for Instagram, correct?
There's no information when someone registers for Instagram. Just this is talking about scanning videos that are posted, which there are 0 when you register.
Okay, but over time, as a user uses Instagram, there are videos or images, correct?
If a user decides to share images and videos, yes.
Okay. All right, and let's turn to, and I'm sorry, before we do, Meta was also aware, or you were also aware, that Instagram's competitors had also outpaced Facebook and Instagram in ensuring that teens have age-appropriate experiences, age-appropriate content experiences, correct?
I don't know if that's the case. I also don't know when this was written. Does it say at the front?
The metadata on this I'll represent is from January of 2024.
Yeah, I do not believe that the competition has done a better job creating age-appropriate experiences than us.
Okay. And it reads, Facebook and Instagram have been outpaced by our competitors on age-appropriate content experiences. TikTok and YouTube both have content maturity rating systems implemented with controls, classifying what content is, quote, developmentally appropriate, parens beyond just policy violating. Have I read that correctly?
Yeah.
Let's turn to Exhibit 14. Mr. Masseri, do you recognize Exhibit 14 as an email at the top from you and then below with Guy Rosen?
Yes, ma'am.
And the date of the email from you is June 16th, 2018, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you turn to the second page, Mr. Rosen wrote, the Meta way, lowercase meta, right above the break. The Meta way I think about it is that both at Facebook and Instagram are discovery services, not just communication services. You can do discovery, underlined, e.g. search for girls of a certain age in a certain place, et cetera, and then engage them. At least on WA, WhatsApp, you can't do the discovery bit. I think we have to be extra protective of what's happening on discovery services because otherwise they're basically massive, quote, victim discovery services. I read that correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
And you agree that given that Facebook and Instagram can facilitate the discovery of potential child targets by predators, Meta's leadership must be extra protective, correct?
I believe that the differences between the services mean there are different trade-offs in terms of between privacy and safety. And so therefore the methods by which we keep people safe often vary.
And if you look at the top of the second page, Mr. Rosen writes that among the risks are content sextortion, using obtained CEI or child exploitation images to force further acts. This is the worst of the worst, stuff that gives you nightmares over which children have taken their own lives. You'd agree that those are among the extreme risks to users on Instagram, correct?
Content extortion is abhorrent and terrible. So it's absolutely among the worst things that could happen.
All right, let's turn to Exhibit 15, please. Again, this was produced from your files, Mr. Masseri. It's an email from Namrata Bostrom to various Facebook employees and listservs, correct?
It looks, yes, from Namrata to PAC HPM, Scott, David, and Julian.
Okay, and it's titled IIC HPM, correct?
Yes.
And IIC, as it says in the second full paragraph, is defined as an adult contacting or attempting to build a relationship with a minor for the purpose of sexual gratification, correct?
That's what it says.
And is that your understanding of IIC, Mr. Masseri?
Yes, inappropriate interactions with children specifically focused on cases like this.
Okay. And the date of this email is August 8th, 2018, correct? It says a few key insights. A, we've identified PYMK as the top victim discovery channel, 79% for IIC suspects, and B, approximately 30% of disabled IIC adults are recidivist, i.e. they come back onto the platform and resume violating behavior. I read that correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
So Meta knew in 2018 that PYMK was the, quote, top victim discovery channel for IIC, correct?
PYMK stands for people you may know. It's the top discovery engine for all accounts, regardless of whether or not they're problematic or benign. So it would follow that it would also be the top channel for specifically IIC suspects.
Okay, let's turn to Exhibit 16. Mr. Messeri, do you recognize Exhibit 16 as a copy of your written testimony to the Senate?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you turn to the third page, second paragraph, encouraging young people.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It says, but second sentence, we've gone even further to make young people's accounts difficult to find for certain adults. We've developed technology that allows us to find accounts that have shown potentially suspicious behavior. For example, an adult account that might have been blocked by another young person, and to stop those accounts from interacting with young people's accounts. Using this technology, we don't show young people's accounts and explore reels or accounts suggested for you, which is an Instagram surface, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And to those adults, if we find young people's accounts by searching for their username or names, they are not able to follow them. They are also not able to see comments from young people on other people's posts, nor are they able to leave comments on young people's posts.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you aware of an internal audit in December of 2022 that showed Meta continued to recommend minor accounts to adults?
I see audits all the time that shed light on mistakes or bugs in the software. I believe there was one where some accounts were still getting recommended. I don't know the specific one that I don't know if that's the same as the specific one that you're citing.
Okay, let's turn to Exhibit 17, please. And you'll see, by the way, on the front page of 828, in the middle of the page, it says BCC report recipients are listed on the communication channel at slides 16 and 17. And if you go to slides 16 and 17, which is Bates number 845, you'll see your name in the third row. Do you see that?
I see my name on the third row, yes.
Okay. And if you look at Bates number 833, it says, under the heading of inconsistent filtering of IIC account recommendations, high risk, high rating, the IG well-being safety team does not always limit teen accounts from being recommended to the IIC potential violators and vice versa. Have I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And then it indicates in the next paragraph that on a sample day tested on the accounts you may follow, SFIS, IA, internal audit, identified 7.2% or approximately 1 ounce in AYMF were recommended.
Yes.
And did you ask anyone at Meta to issue a correction to your Senate testimony?
This is an internal audit. The purpose of this, which we do and we have people internally who run, is to find instances when there are bugs or mistakes in the software. The intent is clearly not to recommend potentially suspicious accounts to teens or vice versa. This report found that 7.2% in one direction and 4.0% in the other direction were slipping through. The whole point of this audit program is to find bugs and fix them.
Exhibit 20. Is an email dated
make sure that I was representing the company fairly. I wanted to make sure that anything I said, and so I was sent a number of emails before and after trying to make sure that we were living up to our commitments in a timely way. I'm not sure what this was specifically referring to because it's all redacted.
Okay. And you don't recall sitting here today or like you were hiding something?
It's all blacked out, and there were lots of emails around this time around this subject, and this was about 4 years ago.
Was related to Instagram direct reachability settings, next steps 0512, correct?
Yes.
For teens, as of when, Mr. Messeri?
I apologize, I don't remember.
Okay, so let's look at page 2. Direct help protect against extreme integrity problems and provide safety to segments that are more vulnerable, women, teens. Okay. And is that accurate? Is that your understanding of the purpose of message reachability?
Values of message reachability settings. I think in general people want to control who can message them for all sorts of reasons.
Messaging minors, correct?
I'm not sure when we introduced that.
Okay, let's look at slide 12 under integrity issues. If you look at the second paragraph, IG Direct does not have rules to prevent unconnected adults from messaging minors. Is that right, Mr. Messeri?
No.
Okay, and let's turn, I'm sorry, before we do, at this point in 2020, you in Instagram Direct, yes?
I don't know that I would say it was prevalent, but certainly there are all sorts of people who use Instagram, some good and some bad, and I'm sure there was some people trying to
Slide 15. Does it not say in bold heading, sexual solicitation is prevalent in Direct?
That's what it says.
Okay, do you have any reason to disbelieve that, Mr. Messeri?
I'm not sure what they mean by prevalent, but I think it's just trying to stress.
Okay, and you agree with that, correct?
I certainly want to address any problem that's even remotely as severe as something like sexual solicitation.
And you agree that it is a problem on Instagram, correct?
Any negative action, people don't check their biases or their negative behavior at the door when they open up the app. So we have to be concerned with any potential problem.
And again, sexual solicitation was happening on Instagram at this point, Mr. Messeri. You don't deny that, do you?
I am sure there are a number of bad actors and adversarial ones that we're trying to perform.
Including Instagram, sir.
Including Instagram.
And it says underneath, not only was it happening generally, many examples of Facebook employees with teenage daughters or relatives have directly Wall Street Journal reporter and undercover officer. These were your own employees' families who were experiencing sexual solicitation on Instagram Direct, correct?
That's what this slide says.
Okay. And it says here on slide 17, competitors with unrestricted discovery have a reach setting. TikTok went further by preventing messaging for anyone under 16. Have I read that correctly?
Yes.
But you're aware that TikTok had that policy?
I'm aware they have that policy now. I don't know when it started.
Okay. And correct?
At this time, we had requests. I do not believe we
to teens under 16.
From people that don't follow them.
That's right.
I think the only thing that was allowed in 2020 was not messages, but requests.
And TikTok was preventing any messages to under 16s, correct?
I don't know when they started doing that, but this document says they're doing that, and this document is from 2020.
2020, Meta picked a different option, which was blocking unconnected adults from messaging minors, right?
I don't know what year. We do a number of different things. We don't allow unconnected adults to message minors. We don't allow those over 19 to message those under, unless they're connected. So that's the same policy. We allow parents to see who their children are messaging. We do client-side nudity scanning. We do behaviorals. We look for patterns of potentially risky. We don't recommend them to teens and vice versa.
Let's look at slide 34. If you look at the asterisk, the triple asterisk at the very bottom of the page, it says classifiers to predict inferred age is still in development and will require testing and validation. Once the classifier is ready, we'll need to build a delivery rule and sender UI. Have I read that correctly?
Yes.
And do you agree that that would be an impediment to preventing messages to minors on Instagram's platform?
I'm not sure. We're going to be able to enforce any policies that are based on age. Classifiers are one way to better understand age.
Has blocking communications by unconnected adults to minors extreme integrity events from extreme risks on the platform?
Preventing unconnected, potentially risky adults from being recommended to minors, I believe.
It prevented teens from teens.
By definition, when it's working, yes. You pointed out an example where 4% were quickly to address mistakes. I do want to stress, though, that there is no one solution to any of these problems. These are bad actors who are actively trying to leverage our platforms and others to do bad things. Their methods change. The people who are doing it change. And so with that, our protections need to change and adapt.
All right, Mr. Messeri, are you familiar with a September 20 message, teens?
I'm not familiar with the specific audit. I receive audits on a regular basis.
Let's take Exhibit 24, please. Mr. Messeri, is this one of the audits that you received on a regular basis?
I'm not sure if I received this one, but this.
All right, it says inconsistent private messaging restrictions between teens and unconnected adults. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
The messenger well-being team does not always prevent unconnected adults from initiating a one-on-one thread with teens on Instagram Direct. As a result, teens may be as external commitment. Have I read that correct? High-risk adults could still privately message minors on Instagram?
No, ma'am. This is, I think, saying that there was a mistake and some messages were still going through, not all messages, but I still don't.
I'll represent that again, you were listed as a custodian. Been familiar with?
I try and read all the audits I get, but the primary function of these audits is to identify mistakes, which I believe or I trust is what happened in this case.
And consistent with that recognition, does the company invade on platforms like Instagram?
Yes, we do a number of things to keep people safe broadly, but a number of specific protections are built specifically for teens. They either only apply to teens, things like teen accounts, who can message a teen what content a teen can see. And sometimes they're inspired by teens. So a lot of work on bullying, for instance, tools like Restrict and account limits were inspired by talking to teens, but are available and are useful to non-teens as well.
You were asked a number of questions, Mr. Masseri, about audits that the company has done into, for example, some of its child safety tools and resources. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
Let me just kind of to level set and ground ourselves a little bit. What's your understanding as someone who's been at the company for a while of why Meta performs audits like the ones that you've been shown today?
The whole point of audits is to try and better find mistakes. There's always bugs when you're building software at scale. That is unavoidable, but we have to identify those bugs and fix them. There's something that we do proactively. Systems are not perfect, as few mistakes as possible, so I'm actually proud of the work we do to audit the systems, to find mistakes.
Meta's policy that when issues are identified in the audits like the ones that have been shown to you, that those issues are addressed or resolved?
Absolutely. The whole point of the audits are to identify
Mr. Masseri, just a couple of other with you quickly. You were asked some questions about your congressional testimony in December of 2021. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
Sitting here today, are you fully comfortable that your testimony before the U.S. Congress in December of 2021 was accurate and truthful?
Yes, ma'am. I'm always looking to be as accurate and truthful as I can, particularly when on the record, and even more particularly when in front of Congress.
And you talked about re-examination of you as a parent and a corporate executive, and as a parent mostly, actually. Do you expect that a product that's marketed to kids or available to kids should be safe before it's made available to them?
I believe all products should be safe, whether or not they're marketed or who they're marketed to. And I believe it's important for us to do the work that we do to try and make sure Instagram is as safe as it can be.
And that concludes the play, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, counsel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention as always. What we will do as I can in the morning, and we'll get back at it. No research and no talking to third parties and the like, and not following any media coverage of this matter. And with that, have a good evening.
One is